And good morning. It's the 24th of January, 2024. It's about 08:26, 4 minutes to the open. Regular trading session, Central Standard Time. So I am going to be updating my statistic levels here from IRT. We're looking to open higher out of range. So another gap up opening. Getting kind of blase here, 76.1. These levels that I'm inputting, the statistics here that I'm inputting are from an IRT study, which I could show you right here. This is higher. We're looking to open higher out of range because here was yesterday's high, and here we are. So pretty straightforward, nothing magical. There are 4 types: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Simple. Higher out of range and lower out of range are obviously gaps. So now I've entered the statistic for overnight point of control, overnight high, and the overnight mid's got to be lurking around there somewhere, 62.6. So I will go back over here and find the overnight mid, which is probably right there. 2.6. Oops, that's a 2, not a 3. And yeah, that's pretty much what we've got on the upside here. I'll throw other levels in as we progress lower. Should we do that? Previous close, and the statistics go drastically lower as we go down the numbers, obviously. So, overnight mid 62.6, and previous IB low is 57, previous close 46, value area higher low is 43.0. That would be this. Yeah, so yeah, that's what we're going to do. And here's my daily trading setup. I will change these from the full session to real time, regular trading hours at the open. That's real simple to do. The way it's set up, I just click that, go from there, select there, and that's day session. So there we go. Yeah. So irrational exuberance, and 5032 is the all-time high for the ES adjusted data. I will forgot to maybe better to change this. I'll set up I'll activate the multi brackets, which is pre-configured for my by me for the 2-lot package risk neutral trade. Both stops at 13, and I'm guessing, yep, we just opened. There we go. So I'll shut up and have a look at what the market's doing here. I've configured both keyboard and mouse because I enter with a keyboard and I adjust stops and targets with the mouse. There's the first VPOC migration up. I do these, obviously, in the beginning of the market. It's easy to track, to see, but as the day progresses, this volume profile these migrations will disappear off the left side of the screen, and there you go. I want to know where they are. So There is just some explanation again. There's the full session VPOC, which is from 1700 last night. This is the current RTH session, and this is showing what's on the chart to the left. And we're migrating the VPOC down. I would think, well, I always think when we gap up that there's a high possibility for responsive selling to take some profit. And then we always have the possibility of a gap fill. And now we're just testing this extremely low volume node from overnight, which reminds me I need to change these to day session, my IRT charts, so that the proper levels get pushed over here. These cloud note levels here are pushed from my IRT. And there you have it. Now where are we? The more muted yellow here is the full session VPOC, and the brighter is the current RTH session. You see that there was a brief period of time there when it migrated up above the current session, jumped up here, now it's back down here, now it's migrating a little bit lower again. That doesn't mean anything particularly in my books. You could sort of call this a swing high, swing low maybe. So probably the highest statistic we have today is the overnight VPOC, which is down here. What that means exactly, though, this is the POC, and it's real hard for me to take a trade off of that, except for the fact that we are migrating lower. I just find that that's a conditioning from market profile days where diddling in the middle, don't diddle in the middle, was a real common philosophy. The POC, of course, is the middle when it comes to volume. The three lines you see here are the mid, which is the middle of the session, the VPO or the VWAP, and the POCs. That's it. And now it's back up again. So you see how easily it is to manipulate or to have the VPOC migrate in the early stages of the market because there's so little volume. So it's pretty easy. Right? Pretty easy. Mid, VWAP, POC, all real close to each other. The full session VWAP is now migrated down on top of and aligned with the current session. So everybody's pretty convinced that this is the most traded and agreed price for retail, I guess you could say. Kind of got the big picture of the open here. Here we are yesterday and here we are today. So, got a substantial gap there. I would guess if we can get through this, about this area right here, we probably have some look for lower ground, but the irrational exuberance of the market is, I don't understand what's going on, to be honest. Have a look at the micro composite profile here in the big scale. So there we are. Look at this mess. Boom, 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 and now gap up again. Why? Just dying to get to a new all-time high, or what's driving that? What's the reason for that? I don't know. I don't know. I do know that I'm going to step away for a second, though. And so now what do we got going on here? Well, the bigger picture is we've got about a 5-handle range right on the highs. We haven't taken out any of the stats, the overnight high, the overnight VPOC, mid or lower. Those are all pretty common statistics to be hit within a trading day. I would say this is a pretty dodgy deal here. We break this area here, we could get lower out of it, I think. Still, it's a really tight range. And yeah, so we're going to test back up to these POCs again. Push that. Just got a lot of people excited here for a short. This is the correlated market, which is the NQ, or it's set for the NQ. Obviously, the price is completely different, but the movement is similar, is reflected by this blue line. NQ's trading around, I don't know, something ridiculous, 17 or 8 to 17,500, 17,470. That's the NQ POC. It's up around 17.5 at the moment. And I'm not seeing that that's... Something's wrong. Something's wrong here. There we go. 17,695. High 17,654. Current trade NQ. Damn gaps jumping around. Some of the stuff's off my screen. So I'm certainly glad I didn't take that breakout short. That would have been an error, because it seems like every time I do, I'm just doing everything to stay completely away from breakouts. I think that's FOMO for me anyway. And that's not part of that would be a violation or an error in my trade plan. And there's a hell of a lot of people successfully trade breakouts. The whole thing with Richard Dennis and the Turtles was breakout trading. 14 of them or something like that made millions of dollars. So, what do I know? But I do still think we're going to get through this low volume area here and the current IB low area and push down for this EV POC stat. Problem is how to get on that in a location that's not a breakout, and I don't know what to do, to be honest about it. It's probably going to go now. I really don't know. I don't know the way to do that. Maybe this test area up here would have been a setup trigger, or perhaps here for the test lower. I don't know. Now I'm getting out of range. 18 to 14. Well, there's 4 handles. That's just at break the risk neutral scale area. Got to have 3 points to the scale from the entry. That's to the and the scale has got to be ahead of an obstacle. So, for example, if I were to get in here, I have to have a scale ahead of this 15 level, because that's an obstacle. And yeah, that's the way that works. Yeah, just up to and kissing that VPOC. We've had a few breakouts, obviously, and gap ups that have not closed. So I guess that's not really true. The ranges have closed. Let's take a look at that. Actually, that's kind of interesting. Almost made them. Oh, here we go. What happened here? What was it? 8:45. Was that news? Oh. So there was a big. Now, how in the hell would you manage that risk, and how did that happen? Huh. I am not sure if there's news around that. Let's see. There's no. Oh, yeah, 8:45 is the global PMI. Boom, and that was it. Then we've got crude inventories at 9:30, and 12 o'clock is a 5-year note. So now dangerously close to the VPOC and the mid. A little liquidity jumping back on top of it up here, trying to put a lid on the pot. Not sure how I believe that. Right at this low volume node, incidentally. Yeah, so that was a bad, I didn't trade, but that was an oversight on my part. Every morning about 6, I post the daily market numbers and in this case now earnings on TLab from investing.com. And I wasn't switched on enough to be aware of that number at 8:45. So that was, I wasn't in, fortunately, but I should have well been aware of this right here, that possibility, and never. I don't like. I'm never going to hold around numbers because how do you control your risk here? You know, if you have a stop here, you're going to get an email in a couple of weeks that says when you got out. So, you know, and here they go now, pop in the other direction. So yeah, this is going to be a situation where I'm looking for the IB30 to present itself, or nothing at all. Definitely sit on the hands for me lately. No trades yesterday. Or the day before, I don't believe. No trades yet this week. Yesterday I had a bunch of stuff going on in the morning, and that always throws me off. Meetings starting at 8 through almost noon. So that pretty much shoots the morning trading day for me, and that's what I prefer. That's the time zone, time frame I prefer to be involved. They're going to go down and touch that probably. What was this all about? You know, a stop pick here, but there's really no, could not a setup or anything else that I can see. And anything taken down here, looking at those lower stats, is a breakout trade, in my opinion. This is the Globex or the full session VWAP. They're building some liquidity now, or in this microstructure area right here. Some consolidation going on. Pretty easy to pull. You see how easy it would be? This is 62.77 and this is 35. So a couple thousand contracts trade that epoch migration would migrate lower. Much easier with the full session, because we've got the full session VPOC at 92, 93 half, and we're trading down here at 91. So we're going to have a full session VWAP migration pretty darn quick, I suspect. And 16 to 14, that's two handles from present trade location to this first target, which means that's not a qualified. And there's the full session VWAP shift lower. Another couple thousand contracts and bring down the regular session VPOC. Not mystical or magical. It's just, math numbers. There's 7,500 there and 34,000 down there. So, trades 3,000 more contracts down here, and this bright yellow boy is going to shift down. Now they're going to take these stats, unfortunately for me. Okay, now we approach the IB30 witching hour. They're pretty close. The IB30 and the IB, I guess now referred to as IB60, are just variations on the old initial balance high and low stat, which is about 95% of the time. Well, first of all, the IB high and the IB low are just nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade in a regular trading session, period. Nothing magical about it at all. That's it. The old stat used to say that after 9:30, when the IB high and the IB low were set and no longer moved or migrated, that one or the other would be taken out by price action sometime in the rest of the trading session, whether it's 1 second after the IB high is set at 9:30 or 1 second before the close. And someone in T-Lab figured out or did some stat that says, well, they identified that the IB30, which is essentially the same thing, that after the first 30 minutes, the IB high or the IB low are extended. In other words, I guess the way to put that is it's a very low possibility or probability that the IB high or low are set or are made in the first 30 minutes. I guess that's the simplest way to look at it. So the IB30 stat said it would be then that after 9 o'clock and before 9:30, either the IB high or the IB low will be extended. Simple as that. And they're kind of testing the low here. They may take a run on the gap. The old market profile gap rules are, or say, whatever, that if the gap is filled relatively early in the session, there's a high probability and price is accepted in previous day's value, that there's a very high probability that price will trade across previous day's value from let's say it's in this context where we've gapped up, it would trade from the previous session value area high to the value area low. The big caveat there is early in the session. What the hell does that mean? And how do you quantify that? You don't. And they can close the gap at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's like all rules and everything with trading. Everything to do with trading is random. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The whole concept of running a trading business as opposed to gambling is that you run a statistical business. You identify a setup, you capture all and record the data that, to justify or equal or present you with a statistically significant data set, and you identify a setup that has a positive edge. Let's say it's the let's say that you want to see how many times the overnight VPOC is taken out. You want to target that trade from so many, I don't know. You got to have the context, and a lot of things have to all be equal. But if that particular trade or that setup, the IB30, I was just discussing that. If the IB30 trade following specific rules for the setup and the trigger produce or demonstrate an edge statistically of 10% or whatever, you take the damn trade every time it shows up. And eventually the law of large numbers will apply, and you will have an increase in your account. It's the exact model followed by the casinos. They rely on the law of large numbers. If they have a 10% edge in 21 and they play the game exactly the same way every time, the more instances they get, the more likely and the larger will become their profit based on that 10%. And it's pretty obvious that it works for casinos if you've ever gone to a place that has them. So that's what I'm trying to adhere to. Those are the rules around my trading plan and what I'm trying to adhere to very, very strictly. I still succumb to breakouts. Another one is, the fact of the risk neutral trade setup and the scale and target. What I have to do in reviewing my stats is increase my second target so that I have a higher risk reward ratio that compensates for the stops. And everybody takes stops. They're a cost of doing business. Casinos, traders, everybody. That's just the way. That's the nature or the magic of trading. We still haven't taken that EVPOC, but looks like that's going to happen here toot sweet. And then we will be approaching the IB30. And then I would suggest we might be looking at taking out the IB. If we take out this IB low, which is basically the low of the day so far, we might get the momentum to head towards the gap. That's a tough call and a tough trade because it's essentially a breakout. And we're in the IB30 zone now. And I have no idea if anybody else on the planet follows her. Ooh, something happened there. And there we got our levels, both the EVPOC and the mid. And are they going to try to get down to that gap? That's the big question. And that's really sucks. I was alerting the T lab that my cloud note levels, et cetera, had just cleared out for whatever the hell caused that. Some update, I suppose, between, I don't know. On my personal machine, the cloud note levels are pushed directly from my IRT internally. So there's nothing else out there. That had to be a glitch around an IRT someplace. I extended that IB low. How low can they go? Up to the overnight VPOC. Not really a trigger though, unless one would call this a trigger, but there's nothing over here, you know. I think not. I think discretion is the better part of valor here. They pushed it lower, of course, and there you go. And so what's that mean? I don't know. Now the previous high is right here. The statistics of closing that in a higher out of range are something 11.3%. No, that's the low. I'm sorry. Previous high is 52.7%. Wow, that's a little better. And it's a little better. So there's the there is the percent of, or there's the possibility. No, my fingers are sleepy. There's a possibility of taking out the, and then, you know, we've got the overnight low, which is another high stat, and previous close. And well, actually, I better look at some of those. What's the stat on the low? That is usually quite high. Overnight lows 33.3%. So we've got the 33.3% probability of taking that out. And I might as well look at the previous close while I'm here. It's 46.3. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Just bing, bang, bong. 52, 46, 33. jump this down there a little bit. Boom, there you go. All right. So I've got some stats on the bottom end now too. So no trades. 907 on the 24th of Jan 24. I was definitely eyeing the EVPOC in mid, but I didn't see any. I just have a real issue looking at these VPOC test trades over here. That is a problem for me. The diddle in the middle concept, and also the fact that, price very, very damn close to the POC, right? So a point from here to here. It's actually 3 ticks, not even a point. The likelihood of that being touched or tapped again is quite high. It doesn't look like they're too excited about closing the gap at this point. What? And now we're back to the full session VPOC. Yeah, there's a lot of conversation going on in the T-Lab, which is take a moment to plug that or, discuss it. The T-Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. It's called the Traders Lab. There's a link to it on in the description here. There's a link to the bookmap Discord, and you got to sign up for their, or sign in or whatever you do to their Discord, and then go look for the Traders Lab. He's as close as I've discovered is the real deal. As far as a professional trader, he's been trading like 40 years. Most importantly, he doesn't have anything to sell, which I think is one hell of a criteria. A lot of the commentary is RMT, but that's, that's to be expected, I guess. It's got a lot of great principles, philosophy, and experience that he shares openly, and it's a pretty good group in there. There's a few suspect characters, but what the hell? It's the internet, right? So I would definitely he trades trades. He streams live every day or most every day from 10:30 to 12. It's mostly all a historical analysis of the day so far. So there's that. But seems like a nice guy and seems like competent and straightforward guy. So that's like a pearl in the garbage when you're looking on the internet. The Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room. There's no pressure by Bookmap to subscribe. You don't have to be a Bookmap subscriber, any of that stuff. But you do have to, sign into the Traders Lab to the Discord, to their Discord server or whatever you call it, of course. But there's no pressure or spamming or any of that crap. As Tom says, now, ever, never. So I guess that's anyway. Seems like a good guy, and I enjoy. I do try to contribute a little bit there with a few posts every morning at 8:30. Now we have the VPOC migration down to our full session VPOC, which I've been noticing has quite a bit of significance. This full session VPOC. But these VPOC migration trades are not to be taken random, just mechanically. And in this case, there is a structured trade VWAP to VPOC, but there's no range, right? It's a point. Well, I've already discussed the concept of the risk neutral setup where you have to have the first scale, which gives risk neutrality, ahead of the first obstacle. So impossible. There's not enough range or meat on the bone here. I would say that if they get under this POC, again, trading off around the POC is hard for me to do, but that I don't know where I would see a trigger here, frankly. I mean, we had 430 stops go out here, but we're trading up. We took 12 out there. Is that exhaustion? Doesn't look like it. We're still going higher. So. And here's that POC migration back up again. How easy it is to move that thing around early on in the market. Doesn't take many contracts to get it to move. And I'm assuming that there's a great number of traders, especially retail traders, that watch that, and consequently high time frame people and algos figured that out. It's like the VWAP and all that crap that was made so popular by Morad Askar, FT71, those guys. It's like volume profile and VWAP. That's for the longest time. Every second thing you saw on the YouTube was VWAP strategy, 100% win rate. Invest $100 and retire before you started. Sometimes I see that crap on there and I wonder, Jesus God, how stupid are people really? But then when I look around the world on other aspects and see who the populace has elected to what used to be, in my opinion, respectable, educated people you looked up to, positions in government, for example, it's like, well, okay. Says a lot about the education of a society, the level of education and the quality of a society, in my view. And, that's just my view. But then that's the unfortunate part of having this stream, I can have whatever view I want. And the purpose of the stream, as I've said more times than once, is my video trading journal. I narrate and do all this nonstop talking to try to understand so that when I review the trade or the stream, I can hear what I'm thinking and see, obviously, what I'm thinking from the video. That's the purpose. And it works quite well. I've noticed a lot of things. And at the same time, I'm working on gathering the stats for a handful of setups, and so I can have that only trade the edge or setups or trades which have a statistically significant and verified edge, and then just let the law of big numbers apply as it does with casino. Obviously, the big caveat there is account size and staying in the game. That's why risk management is so critical. In my view, the most important first objective of a trader, day trader, whatever, is to be able to trade tomorrow. You can have the most fantastic strategy in the world, and if you go bust or you blow up your account, guess what? It was useless. And there are, I was listening to something where there's a lot of larger traders, high time frame guys that were absolutely correct in their assumption, but went broke because they assumed or they made a calculation that the market was going to get to blah, blah. Let's say that I tell you specifically with 100% guarantee, because I have a crystal ball, the market will close, the ES will close the end of this month at the all-time high, which is 52.32. What would you do with that? Okay, you put a long on now and it pulls back past your stop and you're broke. You see, that's it's what happens in the middle. That's the big part. So we've had a succession of VPOC migrations up, but we're still within 2 points, 2.5 points of VWAP, 3 mid, and full session VPOC. So as far as I know, there's no trades there. We're coming up 9, 10 minutes, 8 minutes to the V IB high, IB 60, whatever the hell it's you want to call it now. Stat is set, or not. The stat is not set, but the IB high or low will be set because they will no longer migrate or move after the first 1 hour. The IB high is initial balance high and low. It's an old market profile concept that big higher time frame people, naturally have business to transact first thing in the morning. They've got orders from all their clients and whatever else it is. So they put their positions on and do their business in the first hour. Then it generally, the theory used to be that the market would then trade within the IB high and low back and forth. So imagine that you're trading within a 15-point range here all day. And if it exceeds the IB high or low, then the higher time frame has a greater agenda than their initial, market on open orders and all that stuff. That was the concept. But the stat for the IB stat, the original one, is quite high. It's 95 or something like that percent of the time. In all contexts, in all open contexts. I could say what that is here, but I'm busy looking at this because I'd like to get a trade on. I have a I have a call at the top of the hour at 10, followed in hot pursuit by one at 11. And then about 12:30, I'm back to being soccer dad on the school run. Plural. What was that? An animated bird waving. I'm getting all these bounces here, or these alerts. And I don't know what they mean. The last time it was making that noise, the cloud note column disappeared. So I guess I'm going to have to just kind of Well, sometime I'll tell you guys my experience in the back office of our FX broker. We're just FX brokers at the time. Well, we're over the mid, over the VWAP, and now the full session VPOC has migrated up to the current session. So I'm guessing the IB high would be a likely suspect for the up move. At the moment, there's a trade executed now would have scale ahead of the obstacle at 23. Target being overnight high, IB high and overnight high. The IB high, the IB is not set yet, of course. It doesn't set until 9:30. Central bank spot. Bank spot. Bank spot market. Yeah. Right here at the developing value area high. Not a good place to get in. Just above the VPOC. I guess this, I don't know what the hell. I don't see any place that would have been a good entry point, to be honest about it. Maybe down here at this mid test, mid VPOC, mid VWAP VPOC, and then be a knuckle biter when you had this little episode over here, I guess would have been the place to go. Central banks. Spot market. And here is exactly why I don't like trading around this POC. It is the highest, most accepted, i.e., most traded price so far today. Means the possibility or the probability of hitting it again or trading over it is huge. The probability of every trade is 50-50. It could go up or down. But I think that I don't think, my belief is that if I identify setups with a statistical edge, a statistically significant positive edge, like I've talked about before, and then take those setups, that the law of large numbers will provide a positive return. And I don't think that, flopping back and forth over the POC is a good place for that. It's not part of the setup or the context or any of that stuff. And yeah, that's kind of where that's at. Looks like developing value area high is holding. The IB is now set. Are they going to go up and take it out? I don't know. Probably 21, 23, half. Not Can't scale ahead of the. If I were to enter here, A, it's a breakout, and B, there's not enough room between here and here to get the scale off for the first risk neutral target or scale. Now we come back down to test again, back to the. And what would be the idea here? Risk neutral, back to here and down, and try to get something off mid again. I see a couple guys posting that they were long off the mid, so I guess the mid to VWAP, mid VWAP VPOC was probably the great entry, because now you're scaled ahead of the POC, and so you're the worst you can do is scratch, and all you have to look for now is upside. And there's no question about the fact that there's targets above. This ledge crap is starting to develop here again. Last time that happened, I noted that and also noted that I don't know what to do with them. Got a real consolidation going on here, developing value area high, and they can't seem to get over that 20 level. There's one VPOC migration up here from way back when. That's how these work. That's the nice part about them. Got to wind it clear back to here to see where that was, you see. That's right off the open. Oh, yeah. I think they'll just chop around here. I'm afraid I'm going to turn into just a guy who does talking and not trading here, but it seems like it just doesn't apply. Finally make that move that makes the difference. Getting over they moved the developing value area high up, and now it looks like they're going to take a run for the IB high and the overnight high stat. 21 to, have to be 23. That'd be only 2 handles. That's not very much room. Now, somebody that was mid VPOC is tickle pink here. They're looking at heading towards 20 handles, 10 handles. There's a test of that early VPOC from the open. Is this a pullback for another run at the overnight high and the IB high? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to put a trade on here at this point. A bit conflicted on the context was down. Looks like the context has definitely switched to the upside. And I think it's, going to be a given that we're going to take the IB high and the overnight high stat. But I have seen them do this and then take the IB low. That is not, it's a rarity, I guess, but it certainly is not an impossibility. Once or twice in the T-Lab, I've made a joke about, and now let's watch them take the IB stat on the lows, and sure as hell that's what happened. I guess they're going to take out the IB stat and the IB and the overnight high. Have to remember that this move here is just 1.5 points. So there's no meat there for me to take a trade. Disappointing, but these slow grind up like that. I guess whoever it was that posted, they took the the mid VWAP trade, VPOC is pretty tickled about themselves. However, that was not real. Didn't have the target, and now they run it to the top. So the stats are dropping like flies. The previous overnight high, the IB high, bounced off that kind of had to chew through the developing value area high a bit, I guess. And I think I need some water based on that one. And here they go. Joe running that baby up. Yeah, crazy. So I'm disappointed that I didn't figure out a way in somewhere. But then on the other hand, there was not my criteria didn't exist. And so that's that. This trade, mid to VPOC, would have been a setup, but there was only two handles. That's not enough range for the scale. According to my risk neutral trade setup and plan and rules. Oh, I don't know what the hell to do. And as I stand here, now almost 15 handles out of the money from that entry. So what do you do? The joy of trading. That's the part that I don't know. Well, the mini, I guess. Finally got the stream and the audio and all that stuff figured out, so that's good. Stop thinking about that. It was a learning curve. Setting up all the new filters and whatnot on the new OBS 3.0, 0.2, point whatever. Yeah. And is it the bottom gonna fall out? Is it gonna be a continual trend higher? Who the heck knows, right? That's what nobody knows. At some point, you would suspect that they're going to think, well, that's high enough. I can't imagine there's any squeezing left to be done on shorts. Who the hell has been short? Looking at I guess there's a lot of guys that try to pick tops. I guess. I don't know. I saw something go by I wanted to read, and now I have no clue where it went, so I'm going to worry about it. I am not too sure what to do here other than bide my time. Would have loved to taken the long off the bottom and the short off the top, obviously, but RMT, rear view mirror trading, baby. So clear, so easy. and so wrong to do, in my opinion. Or maybe I'm just not able to properly analyze by going back and looking. I mean, as I discussed a few minutes ago. Now, here we go. So here's 230 out, and there's 12. So that would suggest selling quit at exhaustion at 25, which is liquidity. So that is a viable setup and location with exhaustion. And up now to scale. And are they going to get a new high? Who knows? Is the bomber going to come in and smack everybody? Who knows? I didn't take it, obviously. The only way that this is viable is that it is pretty close to the overnight high. It's at this where this liquidity used to be hanging out. So it's not exactly out in space, but having said all of that, if you were spot on good for it at 25 half, yeah, you would have gotten a scale right there just by the tick, and now be biting your knuckles looking at a scratch. So, yeah. Back inside developing value area low, value area high. And are they going to take it back down to mid and VWAP? And eventually, at some point, yeah, mid VWAP, you'll see, of course, which are all pretty well stacked up here. We're kind of hanging right on that developing value area high. Or about, yeah. And I'm sort of thinking this is a good place to take a short. We'd be scaled just ahead of the 20. And what would be the target? Not much. And I just realized I've got to get my act together for the call at the top of the hour. So I will do that while I watch here and narrate this beauty, and then I'll put it on the be right back. One of my problems with this whole story is that I have to I didn't even yeah, I have to get my headset switched out. So I'll be off mic and let this tick over here. Well, that was a extended go round for meetings here, but off a bit early, so that's good. A lot of action here. Pretty frustrating to stand here and watch the market on my trading screens and yet be interacting with the meeting with some other folks. Anyway, it is what it is. And now, kind of looking like they're trying to do a bit of mean reversion here at a pretty big rally off the mid. I guess you'd call this mean reversion from the outside in. Yeah, so easy to see in hindsight, of course. And what are they doing? We are basically rotating back and forth above the IB high at this point, which is right here. So well, the next market moving numbers that I'm aware of to coming up are the 5-year bill bond auction or T-bills. I'm not sure which at 12. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. 5-year note auction at 12 o'clock. Oh, Jocko. Well, I think that I've noticed that as the day wears on, inversely proportional to my my resolve and adherence to plan and discipline is inversely proportional to how far into the day we've gotten. So I have to be ever more mindful about looking for trades. Now, for example, here we are. We've tested this IB high 2 or 3 times. Are we going to trade up through it? This is more or less a mean reversion here from the upper down to this lower notch area, which is just below the IB high. But that's kind of, looking backwards for patterns and levels. I think not a good thing to do. 1124. Yeah, according to what I see right now in my Renko, and now here, except for this little hiccup going on above the developing value area high, we've been in a consolidation now for the last little while. Right here. 20 minutes or so. Will they get up here and test that previous high again? Big question. Looks like they're going to try to. Well, now had to go take a shower. The cats wouldn't have anything to do with me. Yeah, we'll see if the from the mean reversion area or the IB, I guess that could be well construed as an IB continuation. Price comes back and checks the IB high, which is right there. Now, the big question is, what do we get? We got 92 there, and I suppose there'll be a little dribble come out there as the exhaustion, and then buyers and up. So that would have been a very nice 7-8 point trade. No heat, scale ahead of the liquidity, so that was easy, I think. Wouldn't it? say get in late at 24. Be pretty close. 27 scale right there, pretty close to the 3. And when the trade was on, the liquidity was not here. This liquidity only came in after the trade would have been on. So yeah, the scale would have been about here, and then targets above. Lovely. 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 And now what do you do? Timing being everything. I think in this case, so here's our day. So thus far, open, sell off, kaboom. Now we're trading, consolidating pretty much across here and testing up to the high, but not taking it out. If you look down here on the micro composite, irrational exuberance to the upside. Here as I can tell. And 83.5 is the MCVPOC. I don't think I got captured properly over here. Let's see. 83.5. Wow, that's a long damn way down there. What do we got here? No. So we'll pop this up to 83.5. And now that's in place. Whatever that means. This mean reversion or basically outside in, or IB continuation trade, whatever name you want to hang on it. Yeah. At this point, there's nothing for me. I think the market could well trade in the looking mode, waiting mode for the bond auction. What reaction or impact would that have? You can see that the correlated market is, which is the NQ, is substantially up. Obvious on the charts over here, the wrinkles. But yeah, this, I guess the idea is to wait and see here. So, little liquidity jumping in there to put a lid on the pot. Do they want to push them down to sell to them? Because they're anticipating a pop to the top. Maybe. It's just all speculation, and we don't really know. The probability of the next trade is 50-50. The market is random. The only peace of mind I find is to try to align myself with context and have this structured trades with verified, statistically vetted, or statistically proven edges on around specific setups. Now I'm working to to do that, and obviously sometimes I take a trade which may or may not qualify for one of those. I try very diligently not to. This could have been a IB continuation test right here. The thing is, you've got to find out. Okay. So if you were rolled way in, as I am now, you would see the market come down to the IB. 91 stops go out. Trades up. Comes back. Only one stop goes out. And sellers kick in. So that would be considered a setup and a trigger. And then, obviously, history is real clear. That was a great trade to the top side for almost 10 points. That would have been an IB continuation. And one of the things that an issue, for example, I wouldn't have seen that exhaustion because I wouldn't have been rolled in so tight. And that might be, for example, what do we got here? Oh. Well, nothing, apparently. I was looking for these numbers around here to where we come up and test 44. Did we get a 1 or a 0 or something over here? I don't know why that's not printing, actually. Anyway. Yeah. Man. $11 minutes to the bond auction number. Sorry. The note auction, 5-year note. treasury notes. They may well take it out the top side here, and could be, one could say they were trading this micro composite here, the mean reversion micro, but from here to here is 1.5, so there's no scale there. There's no range. And this is a breakout, so nothing for me to do here. Context has obviously changed to the upside, so longs are on the table. I would say. And we'll see where we go. Waiting patiently for the 5-year auction and see if that does something. And then I'll be off on a school run. Miss Soccer Dad at 12:30. Testing right up to those highs. They're just dying to shoot the moon here. Not forgetting that the all-time high is 5032 adjusted. So 100 points higher than where we are right now. And there's quite a, not a lot of contracts, but that liquidity has been parked up there for quite a while. Definitely after that high. So that IB continuation was a lovely A lovely trade. No heat to the top side for about 10 points. Can't beat that with a stick. I don't guess. Can't beat that with a stick. A new high of day. I'm getting all excited about this 5-year note. So, what would I suspect? I would just, my normal typical thinking would be they're running this up to get all the retail people all excited about a pop to the top. Breakout guys getting all excited, and that number will come out and then just hammer it down. But I have no clue if that's what's going to happen or how I would manage it anyway. And it's a number, so I'm not going to be in it in advance. I've heard of all kind of people with numbers strategies. Put a resting order above long and below short with targets, commensurate targets on either side. Yeah, you never know. I don't have the time or maybe the tools to easily vet all of this stuff. I struggle with vetting these individually in IRT with the RTL language. I don't have very good command of that apparently, and you have to set it all up as the trade. In other words, approaching the IB, test the IB high from above, and then what is the triggers up and back down, and then you enter the trade on a certain point, and you have a certain number of ticks scale and a certain number of ticks target and a certain number of ticks stop. That all has to be coded in, and then IRT runs it over the data set and tells you what the absolute backtest specifics are for that configuration. And I'm just don't seem to be able to. I used to be pretty handy at it, but it seems like maybe the newer versions, or I'm an older version, or what combination of both. I struggle there. And with before it was pretty easy, much easier because I wasn't doing or following the risk neutral principles with rigid stops, targets, scale and target. And so a bit, it's much more complicated for me. And with having two contracts on, you have to be able to have, a situation where at the end of the day, all the trades any open trade is closed, and there's a lot of parameters you got to think about there that would be just a no-brainer to you as a human with a brain. But when you code it, you have to tell the machine each and everything. Obviously, maybe Python is easier. I'm going to take a look at that. So I think we've run this now, and I guess we've got it where we need it to be. New and improved. Something else I'm doing on another side over here. And here here we go. Less than a minute to the number. Less than a minute to that number. Baby. The note or the bond auction isn't a number. It's actually an auction. And it isn't immediately. It takes some time. And I'm not sure the impact of a 5-year note. There we go. Well, that was a big sell on the futures. They use the futures to hedge their positions in bonds, as I understand it. So they obviously knew they were going to get higher out of it. Little sell off of 2 points, and then trade back up to the scene of the crime. That's not much of an anything, I guess. Not much. Ooh, they did manage to bring that VPOC up, though. Look at that little beauty there now. That was interesting. That was pretty interesting. If they do a price check at Owl Tree, that's a hell of a long way down there. The price check at L3 is what Tom refers to, and is this too high? Is this still too low? They come down and test this and go the other way. I kind of don't think that we're in that kind of a configuration today, but that's what the term refers to. Yeah, they're still hammering it. I'm guessing the auction is over. And back down again now with that little hiccup. So what was that all about? Is that an IB or a mean reversion? Who the hell knows, you know? This was a VPOC migration way up, not mechanical to the above the highs, pull back. Is this a mean reversion or a VPOC migration back down? I think this is a good opportunity for me to not just stay clear. Pretty light volume over here on either side. And these little sell things, hardly anything going on in there. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Wouldn't have been my finest hour there, that's for sure. And here we hang. Here we hang. We're under the developing value area high, under the low. We're bouncing around over the VPOC, current VPOC. Yeah, I'd say that looks like not an environment for me to plan at this point. Weird day. It is earnings season too, which kind of has a similar effect in my mind as does the rollover. Okay. Still just busy chopping people up over there, I'd say. Lovely of them. Yeah. Well, they sold off about 6 handles from the highs up there going into the note auction. They seem to be just generally fluffing around down here in the 1 o'clock hour Eastern Standard. But and here comes the bomber. Gonna take it down, show everybody he's a big shot. She, whoever, him, it, whatever they say. The binary, the bomber binary, binary or non. I can't keep up with all the changes. And so here we are, slogging around, a slow grind after the number or the auction. And yeah, if you'd have shorted up here knowing full well that that's what was going to happen, what a star. Almost 10 points. I personally am not that clever. VWAP. Would have been interesting. Well, I guess I could have considered this a test here of this VWAP. Again, maybe I'm just rolled in too tight. I don't know. Mid, excuse me, mid from below. And the developing value area low is just here. We just touched that, went across that value. And there's one of the flipping ledge things. I'm not sure what that means. I think I want that. Yeah. So that would have been a disappointing short. About half. I would be about half tempted. Doesn't make sense to me. What I'm seeing here on this chart, developing value area low at 19 quarter. Yeah, I guess it's an optical illusion. This chart looks a lot further from here to here. This says 16 quarter, 16 half to developing value area low. Now it's changed. Was up here. Okay. Never mind. So we test the V or the IB high again from the bottom. mid, VWAP, a whole bunch of people there in the middle. I'm sort of half tempted to take this short from the VWAP or from the mid. But there's a lot of noise down there. All of these levels right here. And I need to, I'm not doing that. I need to leave in about 10, 15 minutes. So I will not be shorting this one, even though it could well break down out of there and I would be certainly scaled and on my way. But, you know, this test up here below, wrong mouse, this test up here to the IB, up to the IB high again. We tested it here. We came back up and tested it here. That could be viewed as a trigger. So where are we? We're at 23, say 23 half. And we'd be just scaled down here. So that's a risk neutral scale. Then at that point, the worst that can happen would be a scratch. But scratches don't really get you anyplace. They preserve the account and the capital, but they don't improve the account of the capital. And now we've got liquidity coming in there at 22 quarter for whatever reason. But again, I am not going to enter a trade at this point that I can't manage. Quite possibly, if I were to, it would be done and dusted long before the bottom of the hour. But there's always the possibility that it would not, and I cannot make the school run. That's, that's a no-no. Would never even consider it. Testing that mid from below again. There is a structured trade now in the T-Lab, which is mid or VWAP, VPOC, which would be this to here. Okay. Again, only 3 points, a little bit ahead of 3 points if you scaled ahead of the POC. And you've got the IB high to deal with over here, and now this liquidity. So kind of a whole bunch of stuff in the road there. Kind of a lot of stuff in the road. Testing the VWAP or the mid, but the VWAP in this case from below. It's quite anticipated that there would be selling because that's a real typical retail maneuver. Sell the, if they approach the VWAP from below, you sell it. They sell it. Similarly with the mid, but it wasn't quite as pronounced in this instance. Okay, now just need to do a little waking up here before I hit the Houston traffic. Never have lived here in Texas even before. This place seems to go from one weather crisis to the next. Last week was freezing and conserve energy, and let's hope the grid doesn't fall over and freeze all the pipes. And this week it's flood alerts. Crazy. A lot of pretty. I don't know whether they make a big deal out of it or they're really potential crises, but seems like happened a lot. And then for months in the summer, it was 34, to 38, almost 40 degrees. So, 120. Big drought and water conservation, everything burning up. Yeah, a lot of weather, a lot of drastic weather, seems like. A lot of drastic weather. And this is just humbug here. Flopping back and forth between the mid and VWAP for a while. So I'll put this on, be right back at the bottom of the hour here. I've decided this starting and stopping the stream, it makes for a shorter stream and easier to deal with the chapters and all that. But more than once, I've now not taken a trade because I've pretty much committed myself to only take them on the stream so that I have them recorded in my journal. And that's pretty stupid. What's important, recording them in the journal or making money? So I want to be proactive and not be inhibited about that because of the stream. So these streams going forward will be full session, pretty much. I obviously never turn off my trading rig. So at any time I could, step out and do something and come back in if an opportunity was there in a structured setup and trigger. Well, supposed to take them every chance you get, right? Every time they present. So there's that. And now we're going to trade up above this IB high, test below it, go to the POC. So there was a good, will now be a mid VWAP POC trade. That is a structured trade, and that's, depending on where you got in, you'd be been scaled now or scaled just before the POC. So it'd be risk neutral now in either, no matter where the entry point was. So in light of the heavy rains and flooding, I'm going to put it on the be right back and let the stream continue, but I won't be participating until I get back here from picking up to school. And then I have another one at 2:45. So, wow. Yeah. Well, one down, one to go. So here we are. And I missed that entire hootenanny off of the mid BWAP right there. Jesus. Yeah. And looking at the IB low, how low can they go? Will they get neutral again? That would be pretty interesting. No, it's not mom home lucky, is it? Oops. Cat's happy now. He rides around on mama's shoulders. So this is nothing for me at this point here, I guess. Again, damn it. Here was so yesterday was a neutral day. The day before was not. We seem to be having them in strings here. Oh boy, what to do here? Do I take a trade here? Which is not really, no, that's a breakout into a lot of liquidity. Yeah, so that would definitely be a breakout trade and a lot of liquidity to get through down to the IB low. It looks like they will do so. I would suspect a lot of liquidity, whole bunch of stops under that IB low, which is the current low of the day, my current low of day. And I don't think I'm going to participate here. That would seem to me to be a FOMO deal, coming back in kind of cold and taking a breakout to the bottom. Doesn't seem like a very structured setup in my plan. And also, not to be, this was higher out of range, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. %, 24.2% probability of both stats being taken out. And there they are. Would have been 6 points in. But, that's a breakout trade to the downside. The statistic of both high and low, or a neutral IB high and IB low being taken out of a higher out of range opening type day is 24.2%. So, it's a low percentage move. Now we have below us previous RTH high, and that would officially close the gap, which would be quite funny. Maybe they'll close the gap. Boy, I keep having these urges to take these trades, and now and I'm kicking myself for not taking this one. But what is that? Is that any kind of a statistical trade? I don't think so. The last one that I know about would have been way over here someplace. No, not even. And yeah, there's probably momentum to the downside, and there will probably be that ETH low and a bunch of these three musketeers that are living down here. But that doesn't seem like a gunslinger trade to me, rather than however, now I'm seeing something here. These are IB continuation trades. This is an IB continuation trade here. It would have just been scaled. And here we go again. Not sure that has any validity in this environment, but that, I guess, would be what you could call it. So is it an IBC? I don't know. I don't know what to think here. I do know what to think. I think I'm going to watch this trade because even though I recognize this was a very good possibility, taking out the IB low, there's only a 24% stat that would happen. And this would be a breakout. And so I didn't take it. And so I'm sitting here watching this thinking, that would have been nice. There's no real trade up here that I see. Coming back up to the IB low again. I don't know. I guess I don't know what I guess. I was going to say I guess the setup would be this test back here to the mid or this one, but none of those are real. And this is VPOC. Now, the mid VPOC, yep, that is a structured trade right there. Mid VWAP VPOC, just barely enough range to do it. I'm not saying that there's not been a whole lot of trades today, but not any that I see or recognize. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And I guess it's my perspective. These look like short swings, and in reality, this IB low test down to here is 3 points. Now 2. Okay, so I'm not so far off. I was thinking my perspective was goofy. Another IB low test from below. We have already gone neutral. Now there's just a big consolidation back and forth, obviously, around the IB low. There's a couple of points off of closing the range gap from yesterday. And they could well decide they were going to squeeze them and get up there to that mid and VWAP. Never know. This time of the day is a crapshoot for me. It's real frustrating to leave and come back and see a big move or another. But on the other hand, I have to look at my journal statistics and see how many trades after 1:30, say, or 2 that I've taken successfully, that have been successful. We put it that way. Yeah, I don't know what to think here, other than the dark, gloomy day and pouring rain, but it isn't cold, so that's a plus. Last week was 7, 8 below C. Now today it's 19. Place is crazy. Crazy. Hey, Panda. Hey, Panda. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Panda. Come here. Come here. Rub over here, Dad. Come on. Did you get up now because Mom's making cooking noises? Did you get up now because Mom's making cooking noises? Yeah. Okay. I don't see this 82%. Hey, baby. Okay, let's do a little of this. Go take care of the cat. Well, as usual, the second I put the headset down and go pet the cat, it falls out for a handful of points. So I think I'll keep my eye on this and see what happens going into 2:00. That's just irritating there. If this IB low holds or if they start taking it down, I'd like to get a trade today, but I'd like to get a good one if the IB continuation here. I don't know how much more stat we can get out of that thing. 9, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 2:00 coming up here. They could put a squeeze on them. I think I will stand by and not be FOMO-ish. Exactly. Exactly. The unanticipated, unwanted response there at the IB low. They've got the neutral day stat, but do they need to do anything more? Do they need to run it any further? I don't know. And by all estimations, there's a whole lot of shorts that could get squeezed. And here we are at the 2:00 hour. Another 45 minutes. I go get our daughter. And the day shot ahead. Well, they're teasing that IB, bouncing that IB low a lot. NQ needs to fall out of bed or something needs to happen there to get much slower ground. I can see if somebody gets the bright idea that they can get a squeeze going here, but we still have a long time to wait. That's kind of an over-under right there, I guess, at 9 or 10 area. All this liquidity was back here. Came in again. Consolidation here now. Got a microstructure right here or here, depending on how you want to look at it. And the IB low is a pretty big number that a lot of people know. A lot of people are aware of. Yeah, this consolidation could pop either direction, actually. Yeah, that's not a good idea. If I entered right there, I would be targeting the low of the day. That's completely reverse thinking from a asymmetrical trade point of view. Where would the stop go? You know, if I entered right here, the stop's 3 points. What the hell does that mean? It's in the middle of all this traffic. Extremely unlikely. Up here would have been a spot to short it when it came up to test, I guess. Assuming that that's what I thought was going to happen or anticipated to happen. And in this environment, probably the best trade in recent times is these multiple tests of the low. As a mean reversion back up. And there we go. There's 7 to 10, 8 to 10. And will they squeeze them? That would be the next interesting point. I'm going to go get something fuel-wise before I pass out here. I'm tired. This low, extremely low volume node right here. Definitely an over under. And then and the developing value area low right up here. If they can stick it in there, which they were not able to the last time, that might be an opportunity for a squeeze up. My gambling short loving self would say short is bad boy. But and that, would have been good up in here, I guess. Well, would have been down to here anyway. Not as good asymmetrically as the long from the bottom up. I really have a hard time looking at longs like that. Woohoo! Is a squeeze going to be happening now? Woohoo! Woo-ho-ho. Right up to that developing value area low again. Not having much luck getting it stuck into the value area up here. Now there's quite a pronounced bit of liquidity sitting there waiting for it. Well, now what? That's what, I guess. The bomber decided that's what. So much for getting it stuck into value, I guess, there. Down to the IB low again. Well, they're just bobbing around over the IB low now. And I could safely say I got no idea which way they're going to. I don't even know what I'm thinking here. My initial reaction is to always want to short, but that could not be that might be a very bad idea. Figuring this IB continuation is going to keep moving. They didn't have much luck getting into a whole lot lower into yesterday's range the last time they tried this. Well, and here we go again. How in the hell do you figure that out? Stop sweeps. So somebody is selling to all of those buy stops down there. No, those are sell stops. Somebody's buying them. It's sell liquidity at the bottom of the market. Now, these are sell stops down here. And if that's a sell stop, somebody's buying into it. Boy, they're hitting them too crazy for me at this point. I got no clue what that's all about. I got no clue what that's all about, but I'm pretty sure don't want to be involved in that stuff. That's a little too hectic, I think. I'll watch, however. God damn. Every time I look at that thing and think about short, that happens. Kind of irritating. Not kind of, but yeah, a lot. I don't think I want to. I want to, but I'm not gonna. I don't think I have a handle on what that's doing. Now, all go in the right direction, but shorten the low of the day. Looking for lower, that's probably not the best move. I'm gonna not. I'm just gonna stand by and observe. And here I stand. 1426. I've been in the stream now 6 hours and 53 minutes. I've been taking a trade. What I guess I'll do now is these trades, which are all day and no trades, I will make private. Imagine who would ever want to look at them besides me. And the problem I have is I got to figure out a way to timestamp them somehow in while it's happening so that to go back and listen to 6 hours of this again to pick out the spots that I want to review or look at or learn from or listen to what I was thinking. That's pretty painful. Don't know how to go about that, actually. If they get that liquidity out, what they're going to do with it here. What do we got below this? Settlement, some stats. This is not a place to be getting in short. This is a place to be scaled and holding short. So I'll take my own advice here. I'd like to grab a fast one for 3 points, but it's amazing how quickly the thing will go against you 3 points and how you can struggle and watch and wait to get the 3 points. That I know for a fact. That is the voice of experience. That is the voice of experience. $2:30. So we're going into the top of the last 30 minutes of the power hour here. See how disappointed you'd be right now if you saw them hitting into this liquid and thought, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, they're going to take it out and head down. And now they haven't done anything. And may well turn around and run it up. There's today's trade. There's today's trade compared to yesterday. You know? And I got to start thinking about making the move here. doing? Squeeze-a-rooney? I wish they'd just throw on one hell of a squeeze and I could throw a trade in there real fast and then feel like a rock star and be done with it. Maybe not. And remember that this is only 3 points. So that's just the scale right there. Assuming you were lickety split on the entry over here, which would have been fairly easy. There was a hell of a lot of time there. Whether they're going to get through that low volume area and smack it up to the IB low, I'm running out of time to find out here. I'm going to leave in about. I need to leave for the second school run, final school run here at about 22. Based on the rain and the weather. So there you are. I will shut the stream off because I will not be back before it's over. And looks like I will have watched this 6 hours and 11 minutes and not put on a trade. Not sure that that's a good thing. I kind of don't think it is, but on the other hand, I didn't impulse into something, I guess. Now what are we going to do? We're going to break out and run up to the IB low, 5 to 10. Is it going to squeeze or go the other way? That's the interesting thing about this time of day. And there could be a closing swing trade in the last 10 or 15 minutes. It goes through the roof. They squeeze them to the top, but I won't be here to watch that, unfortunately. I also need to figure out how to title these streams with sequential numbering And some that also indicates a total. My natural go-to is the date, but that doesn't necessarily, that's not going to mean, that will not give a running total of so many streams or whatever else. Maybe that doesn't matter. Got to think of that. A lot of stuff to think about that may or may not be important. I guess the important thing is I watched this trade and analyzed it here for 6 hours and didn't take a trade. It's probably not. That's what I should be thinking about. So there's 650. Will they take it to the IB low at 10? And that liquidity, that would be a 4-point move. Or are they going to bring it up here and then suddenly chop the bottom out from under it? Either way, they're going to have to do it without me because it's got 1 minute to go here before I close it off and leave. And there we have it. So 6 hours and 14.37 minutes stream. It's now 14:40. I have not taken a trade. Probably, very likely, good opportunity here to take this higher on the squeeze, but I've got to drop off for a school run. So I'm going to close the stream at this point. It's the 24th of January, 1924, or 2024, 1924, 2024. No trades.